the need for speed. Breakpoint marked, apex tide, throttle feathered, exit right. Every lap's a lesson learned, every fraction time we turn. It's time trial Monday, precision and pride. No chaos here, just skill to guide. Chasing gold, 1/10 at a time. Perfect rhythm, perfect line. 2 weeks to test, one drive, one go. Master the method, master control. Ghost in the mirror, shadow of me, fighting the version I used to be. Calm in the cockpit, focused and still. Fast comes slow when you hone your will. Brake deep, steer light, balance on the edge of ride. Every second feels like flame, every lap rewrites the game. It's time trial Monday, precision and pride. No chaos here, just skill to guide. Chasing gold, 1/10 at a time. Perfect rhythm, perfect line. 2 weeks to test, one drive, one go. Master the method, master control. Master control. No luck, no bluff, no racing crowd, just silence loud and numbers proud. The track don't lie, it knows your soul. It takes patience to reach control. It's time trial Monday, the grind begins. You race yourself to find what wins. No rivals near, no shortcuts found. Just focus, pure and sound. Every goal earned, every lesson replayed. That's the Widdowmaker way. Mondays for the mind, Tuesdays for the fight. The week begins with discipline and ends with light.
Monday morning, gears in line. Same car, same track, perfect time. No rivals here, no crowd to please. Just me, the clock, and the need for speed. Breakpoint marked, apex tight, throttle feathered, exit right. Every lap's a lesson learned, every fraction time returned. It's time trial Monday, precision and pride. No chaos here, just skill to guide. Chasing gold, 1/10 at a time. Perfect rhythm, perfect line. 2 weeks to test, one drive, one go. Master the method, master control. Ghost in the mirror, shadow of me, fighting the version I used to be. Calm in the cockpit, focused and still. Fast comes slow when you've honed your will. Brake deep, steer light, balance on the edge of right. Every second feels like flame, every lap rewrites the game. It's time trial Monday, precision and pride. No chaos here, just skill to guide. Chasing gold, 1/10 at a time. Perfect rhythm, perfect line. 2 weeks to test, one drive, one go. Master the method, master control. No luck, no bluff, no racing crowd, just silence loud and numbers proud. The track don't lie. soul. It takes patience to reach control. It's time trial Monday. The grind begins. You race yourself to find what wins. No rivals near, no shortcuts found. Just focus, pure and sound. Every goal earned, every lesson replayed. That's the Widdowmaker way. Tuesdays for the fight. Tuesdays for the fight. The week begins with discipline and ends with light.
Monday morning, gears in line. Same car, same track, perfect time. No rivals here, no crowd to please. Just me, the clock, and the need for speed. Breakpoint marked, apex tight. Throttle feathered, exit right. Every lap's a lesson learned. Every fraction, time return. It's time trial Monday. Precision and pride. No chaos here. Just skill to guide. Chasing gold, 1/10 at a time. Perfect rhythm, perfect line. 2 weeks, 2 tests, 1 drive, 1 goal. Master the method, master control. Master the method, master control. Ghost in the mirror, shadow of me. Fighting the version I used to be. Calm in the cockpit, focused and still. Fast comes slow when you've honed your will. Break deep, steer light. Balance on the edge of right. Every second feels like flame. Every lap rewrites the game. It's time trial Monday. Precision and pride. No chaos here. Just skill to guide. Chasing gold, 1/10 at a time. Perfect rhythm, perfect line. 2 weeks, 2 tests, 1 drive, 1 goal. Master the method, master control. No luck, no bluff, no racing crowd. Just silence loud and numbers proud. The track don't lie, it knows your soul. It takes patience to reach control. It's time trial Monday. The grind begins. You race yourself to find what wins. No rivals near, no shortcuts found. Just focus, pure and sound. Every goal earned, every lesson replayed. That's the Widdowmaker way. That's the Widdowmaker way. The Widdowmaker way. Mondays for the mind, Tuesdays for the fight. The week begins with discipline and ends with light. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Monday morning, sun comes shine. Same car, same track, same line. No rivals here, no need to boast. Just me and time. I chase my goals. Breakpoint mark, apex tight. Feel the rhythm, move just right. Every lap a lesson true. Every second teach me what to do. It's time trial Monday, take it slow. Let the heart decide the flow. One love, one road, one goal in mind. Peace and focus all aligned. 2 weeks, 2 tests, 1 drive, 1 soul. Master the rhythm, master control. Master control, yeah. See the shadow on the screen. He moves so clean. He moves so mean. But I ain't rushing, I take my time. 'Cause joy don't live in the finish line. Ease the throttle, breathe in deep. Feel the corner, let it keep. Every heartbeat find its place in this sweet and steady race. It's time trial Monday, easy now. The groove will show you how. Chasing gold, but peace I find in every corner, every line. 2 weeks, 2 tests, 1 drive, 1 soul. Master the rhythm, master control. Master control. No fight, no fear, no crowd to please. Just man and machine in harmony. The track don't lie, it sets you free. Every lap's a prayer in unity, yeah. In unity, yeah. In unity, yeah. It's time trial Monday, hear the sound. Wheels spin gentle, love goes round. No rivals near, no shortcuts found. Just heart emotion, homeward bound. Every goal earned, every lesson replayed. That's the Widdowmaker way. Mondays for the balance, Tuesdays for the fire. We race in peace, we climb higher. Monday morning, gears in line. Same car, same track, perfect time. No rivals here, no crowd to please. Just me, the clock and the need for speed. Breakpoint marked, apex tight. Throttle feathered, exit right. Every lap's a lesson learned. Every fraction time return. It's time trial Monday. Precision and pride. No chaos here, just skill to guide. Chasing gold, 1 10 at a time. Perfect rhythm, perfect line.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Time Trial Monday. I apologise for the 2 minutes delay going live, and I also notice a Windows update is coming through. That's just annoyed my butthole. However, it's Monday night. It's Time Trial Monday, and we'll sort that out at the end. Let me just unfurl my... Why does everything decide to jump off the side when I start to live stream? What is it? Why does everything change? I just about to go live. An Amazon man turned up at the door, of all things, and now my phone's decided to leap off my chair and I can't get it from where I'm sat. That's tremendous, isn't it? So, good evening, everybody. Welcome. The stream is starting as we mean to go on. Where's my chat gone to? I need headphones. Yep, life continues as normal. The stressful house moving thing continues. Still haven't found a house. Frustrating. There we go. Good evening, Wilkie. Good evening, Silver. That's your lot. ETSY, Jim. Get the self. I don't know what that means. Good evening, Davey. Well, as everybody can see from the start of the stream, from the image, it is what some people would consider GOAT Day for the time trial this week. It is potentially one of the cars from the very, very, very early days of GT7. Not one that I particularly remember, because I think it was GT2 where this car appeared. And, well, special gifts are waiting. Special gifts can they be? There can't be many of them, because admittedly I've not been paid. Oh, it's just a ticket completing a weekly challenge. It is what it is. We've got next week yet before the end of the month, so there's no dramas about giveaways. Probably try and do a bit more in this. I hope everybody's well, and I was just interested to just try and catch up a little bit on what potentially is out there in terms of oh, okay. Right, that's the government sorted. Okay, fine. Phone goes beep, and I thought, I'll just look at the BBC. Yeah, great. So, yeah, what is there in terms of time trial? We haven't had much in the way of update information, and I don't know if anybody knows of any update stuff coming through. I'm kind of expecting update information this weekend if anything comes through. Davey just says, just drove back from Stroud today and straight on GT7 playing catch-up. Oh, it means good to see you, does it? Wow. Oh, yeah, I guess it does, doesn't it? Good to see you. This is the youth way of doing things. Economy of effort. Good. Get the self yeeted. I thought that said. No. No. Good to see. The youth thing. Oh, welcome, Davey. That's a fair old drive back up the motorway, but that should have got you... I can't use the mouse. Can't use the mouse. That should have got you sorted for getting on GT7. I have to be better. I have to be better. That's what I do know this week. Let's go and take a quick look in the weekly challenge and see if there's a time trial there. Because normally, I don't look and somebody says, there is one. So, let's go and have a look. Race, 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 race. Race. No time trial. Let's go and have a look at the time trials. We're on 97.8 million, so this should take us to 99.8. Then we can still go over the top, can't we? So there we have it. Oh no, we're probably going to break it anyway. You've been awarded credits for meeting the target time. 2 million credits. We come 8,177th. What I do know is we're not tremendously good. We got 2 million. We came 1,238th at Interlagos. That's given us 1.185 million. We've got to spend some now, haven't we? If we don't spend some before next week, we're screwed. Today's time trial is the Mitsubishi FTO at Kyoto Driving Park. I already know it's on hards. So it's going to be a right sliding monster, I reckon. We'll have to see. Where are we on the McLaren? There's 2 days to go. We're a 2:32.882 and the world champ is a 2:32.86. So what are we? 2.6 seconds away from the fastest. Where are we? Are we within a second of our fastest on there? I don't think so. 2:32.882. Yeah, we're 1.4 away from Mr. Fisher. So where did we come? We came 19th. And Chippy's just almost just in the top 20. But the different thing is Fat Man's at 22. So he's struggling with the Spa as well. Don't know what it is about Spa. I cannot find the speed at Spa. I think this was on hard tyres as well, wasn't it? So the grip is a factor, as a problem, and that's where we've got to get better. There are a number of areas we've got to get better at. So that's one of them. But yeah, we can give the shout out to anybody in the top 10 here. Well, anybody in the top 20 really gets a good shout out. There's Davey, look, he's in the crowd. He's watching. He drove back up the motorway today. Yeah, tough old man. He's a constant attendee. Who else is there? Hayden always loves to stop in, but only one account from Hayden. That's interesting. So, top 10. Tough old man, Trigger, Test, Tickles. Space Cow, back one, triple. BKR. Hayden, one stop in third. Joe Cabano and Mr. Fisher. All good stuff. Very well done, chaps. Anybody that whoops my ass deserves a shout out. And I think anybody that gets gold today really is doing the right thing. And now we're off to drive the FTO, which I don't believe. Gold is a 2:00.522, and the fastest guy is 3.5 seconds faster, a 1:57.012. Now I did notice it say reversed. Hayden's top of the tree with 2 cars. Look at that. Same names, look. Triple S. Batman's at 11. Davy Jagster there in 13. Olive's in 14. I know I'm normally around about Olive, so 10th, 1:58.6. Lots of people using the standard car by the looks of it. That's where we're going to go. So, what's gold? 2:00.522. Let's have a shout out for those people around about. So, Mr. Quickster, Binder is just outside. Jax just said, my hours played was reset to 0 last weekend, and restored on Saturday. Just a strange event, no reason why it happened. I've not looked at mine, you know, for a long time. So if I look there, I've got 3,739 hours on the PS5 version. I've got 1,657, so what's that? 4,600 odd, 4,700. We're 5,300 odd hours in. Mine's, yes, this is what it is. What's going on? There we go. Yeah, I've never seen it get reset, but that PlayStation do the weirdest things sometimes. So Mr. Binder just outside quali. Mr. Quickster's in. Mr. Zaka popped on the channel last night. He said hello. Big Daz from the USA. Rusco, he's there. 1:59.8. All these guys safely. And we get to 20th with Jabs and Shaps. Turbo Tom slides in with 1:59.6. Olive. There, 1:58.843. Davy Jagster, as mentioned, a 1:58.8. Trigger 1:58.8. Fat Man 1:58.7. It's tight stuff into the top 10. Bishop, Space Cow, Froggy, Logan, Test Tickles are 1:58.260. This has been getting faster slowly over time. Really taking his way to the top of the tree. Cyanate, Joe Cubano, triple in third, then Hayden takes the top 2. Couple of names missing there. However, what we got? White, black and red. Widdowmaker colours. So we'll go red car. And then it's all about giving it a shot. Got 3 hours to give this a go. See what we can do. Hang in there, folks. It should be fun. Let's see if we can work this the right way. Going to go no assists all night long. I think. Settings, assists, or traction control none, ABS on weak, everything else off. Wheel settings or controller settings. Force feedback max torque 8, force feedback sensitivity 10. Don't know whether I should change some of them because it's a road car. Maybe. Dive straight in to see what we get. Now we know there's some techniques here, don't we? There is some techniques to slingshot this first corner for lots of speed. I remember coming here many moons ago. Trying this, I need to turn the sound up here. Now last time we drove here we didn't have the restriction on the gear change, we could gear slam. We're on sports hards as expected. Oh, that rotated. Oh my lord, yes. Can be quicker through there, can't we? Not entirely sure where the braking points are at this time. What we know, a good banzai of the chicane down here will work very well. Been a long time since we've been here. A long time. On the brakes already. Drives really well actually. A nice driving car. I find it's very centrist, the wheel. It likes to hug the centre line. It's as though we've got good camber. This is another one of those corners where you need to slingshot, and I think you can hook a tyre. I think you can hook a tyre there if you really get it right. We're the wrong gear coming up the hill, pretty sure of it. And there's a way to get through these corners, I think, as well, but I think we've got to hit the brakes a little bit. Now this final corner is a technique, if I can't recall what it is. I think you take the outside line and then you find the inside line and hit the outside again. I don't know whether it's a fourth gear thing, all the way to the line, or fourth gear coming out the corner. So 206, we're miles away. It's a second made up by the first corner, really. We will get this sorted. Why would they reset somebody's playing time? Unless that's just a glitch in something from the servers, because I'm sure that's server controlled. I went up to 5th gear by accident. I think we can go faster than that. Only 2.7 seconds quicker. That's not what I was hoping for. So we're going to be the 203 regions. Something to do with the servers apparently. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. I actually read that first silver and thought my missus was reset to 0 last week. I didn't see it as ours, I saw it as missus. That's why it took me a few minutes to contemplate what the chuff was going on with my brain. Really nice driving car. And we went to 5th here, so should get a little catch up maybe. Oh, opposite lock. Oh no, we've blown that. See how much we were able to cut that though. That's interesting. Massive amount of cut available there. And we blew that by 3/10. I'm 3 seconds away from... Good evening, Olive. I'm 3 seconds away from gold, I think. 2.5 seconds away from gold. That is a pretty rapid out time. No, I'm not. It's a 2025, isn't it? Gold? I can't ever remember. I think something's going wrong with my brainage. Might have to do some brake service today again. I've just felt my brake pedal crush underneath my feet. Wheel was pulling to the left then. Now I don't want is the car to swing left. That was a bit rough coming through there, but we did okay. Definitely got tyre marks coming through there, didn't we? Good old David and Olive having a chat. That's going to see us into gold, I think, if I can remember what the time is. 2:01.750. We sneaked a little bit there, didn't we? We were close to going red, but it just shows how close you can get. If we can get this right without bringing the back end round. Did well, did well. Is it 205? It's a 205, isn't it? I'm not gold at all. Seven. Need to find half a second. I had 2 bites at that throttle then. That wasn't very good. Ah! Yeah, that spun me. Oopsie daisy. Lots of cutting to be done. Get on the grass. Get off the grass. Come on. Try again. We can certainly tighten up that first corner without a doubt. I feel there's a bit of a coast and roll to go on down here. We were a tenth slower. The wall, worth an experiment. Trying to get to 4th gear early, but I think we should have held 3rd. Probably shouldn't have dipped from. I think we can cut more there. I think we can cut more there, and I think we can be straighter through there, to be honest. Oh, for show. Welcome, sir. oh for sure rather than oh for show. Miss-slip. That was a little bit of an early change. That was better through there. Kind of on our way. Missed a gear change there as I was just thinking about something else. And then messed the exit up with that. Okay, we're close to being there. All good, no stresses, no strains, just chill out. Think about what's going on. The car got quite bouncy through there as we cut those curbs. I don't really want to be borrowing that much. I want to borrow a lot more of the outside on the entry, and then we'll fathom that as we come through. But how much of this can we steal through here? Like that, like that, like that, and then get it straight through there. That's what we need to do. Let that roll around the outside of the corner. Get it tucked in. Try and commit to full throttle as early as possible, I think. Right. Braking on the point where that white line moves. Not so good. Leave it in third gear. That recovers a bit, leaving it in third. I was too steep on exit again. Ah, frustrating. I had to brake. I had no choice. I wasn't cutting enough. Or if I did cut, I cut too much and straightened the corner too much. We got the run up the exit though, look. We're catching. Let's see if we can cut a little bit here and straighten up corners a bit. Ah, we went red there. We just straightened the wheel too much, but there's 2/10 there. That'll get us to the goal point. And there's the exit of the corner. Just nicely timed. Trying to smooth it up a bit. Don't really want it to slide as much as that, and I want to be down in second gear, I think. Need to come off the brakes a little bit smoother than that. This is the bit where I'm It's gone again. Oh. I've got to change that approach, haven't I? What I'm doing is I'm coasting in. And I'm trying to get the car to turn and go to the left. And it's fighting me. Which is unbelievable. Got to find a way of getting that chicane right. Yeah, disappointing that. Little bit of a break there. Same point, I've got to just brake a little bit more. Very good. Come on, Jimbo. Hey, Rusco's in. Good evening, Rusco. I don't know why, but my page has shot up. I'm going to have to scroll that down a second. My apologies. I can't see the chat currently. I will fix that in a pretty moment. It's a long time since you've been in, Rusk. I've already given you a shout out tonight on your position in the time trial. It's very good. You're always round about there. Let's try and get this right. We've had a lot of reds in lap 5. We're going to slow it down a bit here earlier. Go. Wasn't as quick out the other end, but we were able to get through without going red. Took a break for 2 to 3 months. You're all right, sir. You're all right. Everybody's allowed a break. Point 3 up. This is going to be gold. Work and all, yeah, I know that feeling. Not sure that was any better. Certainly was. Let's see if we can do that again. Come on. On the brakes early. Slow it down. That's better. Come on, boy. Half a second up nearly. Let's get this right. we're just holding pace, just dropping a tiny tenth. 1:59.7. We're moving. We held that a bit tight, didn't we? Oh, slide on. Okay, time to go take a look and see where that gets us. Kind of happy with that, I think. Let's get that text back to where it should be. Oh, no, that scrolled the text rather than scrolled in the page. Don't know why the page shot up. That's weird. 1:59.713. We get the mileage for the day, so we get another ticket. Everybody's a happy bunny. 37.3. 1:59.626 optimal, so we're not far away, look. 1:59.713. Now, I've just noticed something. Thank you, Wilkie. I've just noticed something. If I was to keep restarting, top right-hand corner, that way. If I was to keep restarting, would it record my best times per session within that session in the top right-hand corner, do you think? I wonder. Never thought about that before. With gold, 3,042nd. Now that's positive. That's good. Nice and early. We're in there. So let's have a look, see. Oh yeah, look, my word. Into the top 20, that's not so bad. Look, we're just above Rusk. Rusk has said hello. Gold is what? 200,522. So that's going to be now 30th spot, isn't it? Oh yeah, it is. It's 30th. Binder's just been pushed down, so that's where it is. Anybody that's outside the 20 is still doing well because they're in the gold. Then anybody above this is pushing. So half a second gets us to 16th. What are we? A 1:58.7. We need to find a whole second to get somewhere near there. How are we going to do that? Just looking at what people are using on the car. I think mine looks standard. I think most people are going standard car. There's a couple there. There's one there, triple. He's there with a modified, his own version. I'm guessing it's tyres, but it's not such a bad thing. Let's have a look then. So that's my fastest lap. For sure, it's 15th. Have I missed you, Ofo? A different name. This is the fastest dude. So what I want really interested in when I'm looking at this is not the difference in speed. It's difference in line. So he's coming straight. He's tighter. And he finishes braking later. Changing earlier. And he's therefore accelerating quicker. We're braking earlier. Very similar line through there. That's fine. He's tighter. He's hooked in a straighter line than me. We're braking roughly the same spot, but he's tighter. He's changed gear there, and I don't know what gear he's in. He's much, much wider, using all the curb. I guess he's got the gas in much more. Stays tighter through there. He's changed gear again. So he's gone to 5th. And then he's very similar line through there. Okay, so it is all about cutting. It's all about the apex. Coming up here, this is where we're going to see a real interesting difference between... We braked so much earlier. He's not braked. He's not braked at all. Oh my. He didn't brake. Okay. We're cutting tighter line than he's cutting a tighter line than we are. Cutting tighter. We're about the same. So yeah, he's much wider on the line. And then he's coming in early. Whereas we're going out wide and we're trying to take a cut line in. And we're much narrower than he is to try and get the straighter line. He's changing gear earlier, look. That's very different. Very different. Okay. I'm ready for that. Oh, for sure. 15th. There he is, and I didn't recognise that. I need to look at that. I'm sorry, sir. Yeah, oh, for sure, just behind Olive. In 14th. Davy Jackster's in 13th. Batman's 11th. So I've got no shame in this. I have to be 10th, don't I? I have to be 10th. I did notice fastest guy was using his own car, and he's taking the tight line round here, so I don't know if he's hooking a tyre. Get over and hold that line. Go straight. Not too shabby, you know. 15th isn't shabby at all. I need to do some brake firming up in. Stay tight and hold it tight, as per the man. Ah. How does he not get around here without braking? Is it just third gear, let it turn, and back on the gas, don't use the brakes at all? I guess it is. We'll have to remember that. Got to try and keep going. Keep going, boy. Come on. I've got to save this ghost, haven't I? So I get the second ghost, and I need to cut that more. Right, no brakes. No brakes. Good night, Rusco. You take care, amigo. You look after yourself and don't work too hard. I've had to brake. We'll see if we can get there. we're gaining. We're losing out. A 58.8 isn't bad at all. Where does a 58.8 put us? I know it doesn't put us top 10. Pretty sure of that. We can do better at the bottom of the mountain, I know we can. We nailed that, absolutely nailed that chicane then, for me anyway. Not as much as nailed losing a little bit, but we're a 10th up. A 10th's good to see. Kept it in. We lost it all. That's a shame. We lost all that. Oh. Never mind. Next time. Let's go and have a look, see. We lost out big time there, but I'm not fussed. I'm not fussed. 58.867. 58.602 on the optimal. 856th. And we're not. We're 15th. We just jumped over for sure. Oh. You knew that was happening, didn't you? 58.867. There was a big gap. 59.142. We're just behind Olive. Oh wow. So if we touch a 7, we've only got to find 3/10 in all fairness to be in the top 10. There's 2 guys in 57s and we're in 58, so and at this point we're a second away from the fastest dude, which is Hayden, so we're doing okay. I want to ghost settings, I want to open ghost, and I want to put, I think I'm going to put that one in. Good morning Hayden, welcome sir. Hey Olive, just got you, oh for sure, just. If you'd have not said anything, I'd have never have got 15th. I'd have not got you. Never driven this car before. Why is there no ghost? Why is there no ghost? Olive's gonna try now. Olive's on. I need to exit and come back in and load the ghost. Nothing I can do about that. Oh, this is good fun. Like this one. The car handles really nicely and predictably, which is a great thing to say. So it's all about keeping it smooth and keeping it in there. So I think that's the, excuse me, that's the target we've got to follow. I'm going to have the white one. Then we'll have the ghost and me. A red ghost and a white ghost, which will be fair. A load of ghost. Load of ghost. That one will be red. 856. We're alright. We're in the top 1,000 already. How good? How good is my friends list? How good is that? I'm in 16th place or so, 15th place, and 14 other people are in the top 856. That's decent stuff, gentlemen. Well done. Well done for pushing hard and doing your best. I think I'm going to buy all the FDO colours today. I think that's what's going to have to be. We feel like we're behind. Touched the brakes coming into there, so I think we lost a little bit. Trying not to use the brakes through there at all. Missed the gear shift. I shouldn't probably change down. I changed down to third, but I probably shouldn't do that. Didn't make any gains through there either. We're nowhere near, so let's cut back over to the right hand side. The white ghost was ahead. Oh, he just slid that slightly too much, didn't we? Chihuahua, come on. Oh, it slid on me. Oh. Mr. Ultra Competitive not wanting to even lose out when he's on a red lap. Keep it in fourth. Can I keep it in fourth and go? No. No, I can't. It's got to be third gear for whatever reason. But we were closely close. I think that's how we've got to start the first lap. With the slingshot there, and then finish the lap with the tighter line. but we'll never see that, ever. You saw the same change down happen there in the red Ghost as what happened to me on approach then in this car, in the white one. Wow. We just got that. Fractionally wrong. Ah, yeah, we cut that too much. I knew that was going to happen. But it's good to test and it's good to try. Don't want to use the brakes. Didn't get that right, did I? Nugget ball. Oh, I had 2 goes at that. That didn't work out very well for anybody. Try again. Come on. Best 159, 115. That's a long way off. Come on, boy. I ran the line too wide. How did I miss the gear then? I was looking in the right place and then I switched my eyes to the left to look for the curb, and that's when I missed the gear change. It's done it again. It's completely changed the chat. I now can't see the chat again. The damn thing. That's frustrating. Why have I got adverts? What? Why have I got adverts? I'm streaming the damn thing. What? Don't understand. That was good through there. Put more adverts on. Can't see the chat again, it's effed it off. Lost all that time round that corner. Jeez, how did that get so out of line? I've lost everything. Looks like we might just sneak a little bit ahead. We did. Ooh, wow. Ah, cut a line there. That's not actually faster, that's a 158.867, that's a shocker. 59.113, that only beat my Ghost. Oh, that's broken my heart. I'll fix the chat again. What's going on here? Why is... Good evening, Azza. Welcome, sir. Apologies for not catching your chat sooner. The chat has disorientated me. You've got good potential of these laps, says Hayden. 58.663 is looking good, yes. It's this one I can't work out. Oh, matey who goes fastest doesn't brake. I've got to stay on the tarmac, I think. I think I'll get more grip in the corner on the tarmac. Just got to put it together. Yeah, now you mention it, it is sad news about Kevin Keegan. That's good to hear, has it? Nice stuff, mate. It's sad about Kevin Keegan, yeah. Overshadowed by this government shenanigans that's going on. He should have got more time in the news today. One of England's greats. Without doubt. Always wore his heart on his sleeve. Very passionate man. As can be seen from his time at Newcastle. Very good footballer at his day. Probably not the best manager in the world, but very passionate. Very passionate. There was one particular season, I think the clip was aired today on the news, where it showed him at Newcastle were leading the season just to be chased down by Man U at the very end. And I think Man U went to Newcastle's rival for the last game of the season and won it there. And there was always be the question mark whether Kevin Keegan lost the season or whether his rival team gave it up for him. Met him a few times, so that's great to know. Good stuff. Not going to be my fastest lap, is it? No. 8.22 it is. Good stuff. 58,629 optimal. Okay. Ah! I don't think that gives us too much of a tremendous improvement. I think we've only gone faster by about half a tenth. Gone red already, haven't we? I guess I really need to just work out where I am just effing it up, really. Only a second off Hayden, which is not too bad for a fat old grey guy. This fat old grey guy is not allowed to be too fat for too much longer, I don't think. They get told by the doctor to lose some weight because they've got to have surgery. So we will see how that goes very soon. 7th of August, next hospital visit. Get over to the right. See if we can put in a time. Come on. This is the corner that's just kind of giving me some trick at the minute. Now there's a trivia question about Kevin Keegan. In how many World Cups did Kevin Keegan play? And what years? I didn't know this till today. Sporting trivia and all that. Played with the gears for some reason, I don't know why. Just not good. Need to cut that one a bit finer. We're catching right at the death. No Googling. I won't know if you Google. Thought I got that then, but I had to check the throttle, which wasn't too good. I got the line right there. I was catching, but then I missed the gear change like a complete muppet. Oh, you goonball. I've lost the next lap as well. Oh. No takers on the Kevin Keegan question? You can check me out. You can... I'll let somebody Google it. I believe it was one World Cup, 1982. Which was a complete surprise to me. I thought he would have been in more. But he'd finished playing by 1986. Returned from the World Cup and went to management. And then, if you'd have asked me, I wouldn't have realised, but his management career was over very quickly. He returned, and that was it. He resigned from England management very quickly, wasn't it? I say, I didn't know it. I didn't know it till they showed it on the BBC today, and it's like, wow, is that right? He had such a short-lived career, really, in terms of internationally. Then his management career, unfortunately, his managed career was plagued by the fact that he just couldn't keep his cool. He let his emotions get to him more times than anything else. A very passionate guy, though, very, very passionate. And when we heard a couple of weeks ago he got cancer, my missus said he's probably not for long, and she was right. A lot shorter than anybody realised. Then you think, he actually wasn't that old, 75? Yeah, absolutely, much shorter careers, yes. Yeah, there were less games to play. There was less science and technology behind the sport, definitely. I 100% believe players of the old days didn't really get the best out of themselves because they didn't know all the tricks and the dietary stuff. Oh, flipping jeez. Passionate is what done it, yeah. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I remember the game at Middlesbrough. Impact he had on football. Yeah. I don't know. If you're going to put Kevin Keegan in a class of player, right? Now, forgive me if this is really narrow-minded and really a little bit blunt, but I see some of the greats fit a particular style and a particular type. If you look at Paul Gascoigne, who I wholeheartedly admire for his passion to football, he was addicted to it, and addictive personality who got addicted to more than just football. He got addicted to gambling, got addicted to alcohol. You look at somebody like the Northern Irish player, again an alcoholic, a great player nonetheless, played at Man U, I think. Can't remember his name, because that's my brain giving up on me. That'd be the alcohol. And it isn't alcohol tonight, we're on the Diet Pepsi Max. Cheers, folks. Put the glass down before we wreck it. What was his name? George Best. That was it. Well done. Thank you. I knew you'd come my inspiration. George Best, very much like in the same guise as and now I've completely forgotten his name. Oh Jesus. Paul Gascoigne. So Paul Gascoigne and George Best, different generations, similar types of players, but different types of thing. I kind of class them as had nothing else to do with life. And there's going to be another one. I'm going to put Wayne Rooney in the same category as those two guys, not because he's an addict or anything. He has been, and he's admitted that himself in some ways, but he came from a background with no particular other avenue to follow. And I'm not saying he's uneducated or any of the guys are uneducated. They grew up with football to be footballers. They were picked on the back of being footballers, most like are. But if they went to do something else, they wouldn't have done it. Paul Gascoigne is so lucky to be where he is today, not because of football, but because of... He should have killed himself 55 times over, that man. You know, and unfortunately, George Best did kill himself through his alcoholism. You know, and Wayne Rooney, forgive all his woes and anything you read in the newspaper about him, he has got people on the right side of him keeping in a straight line. And as I say, I put those players in a particular category of players who are good players. They're naturally talented and they do it because they're footballers and that's all they know. Now Kevin Keegan, very bright, very intelligent, well spoken, has the ability to communicate on many levels, great footballer, probably never achieved the best of what he could do. Now let me just read what David has just written here. David's just written, do you remember how good Kevin Keegan was on Superstars? Total commitment, terrible crash and cycle. So now there's another one, Tony Adams, exactly in that group of players who were so good but life was destroying him. There's a cricketer called I wanted to say Freddie Flintoff, but it's the wrong name. Phil Tufnell, exactly the same. Addictive personality, addictive player. Alcoholism. You've got another one, used to play for Arsenal. Anyway, you get that style of player and I put it into it. I was getting to the point of, and I need to just correct things, I never saw Superstars. I have to tell you, it was something I missed growing up. I never saw it because I didn't live here. Didn't have telly. And it's probably why I don't quite watch so much TV now. It's because I grew up without TV. I didn't watch it because it wasn't on. I lived outside, I lived on the beach. I went to school in the morning, came home from school, went to the beach. And I wasn't surfing, I was just beaching. Because that's what we did. But as it happens, I think I was lucky enough to see a program called Kickstart. And that was about as much as I remember from the 80s on telly, maybe the 90s. Didn't see any of it. Couldn't even tell you what Superstars was about in terms of how it was played. It's a Knockout is another one. Didn't watch that. Paul Merson, that was the name. Well done, oh, for sure. That's exactly who I was thinking of. They have the money, they have the lifestyle, but they don't know what to do with it. They just drink their way through it. You know, there's all sorts of other reasons, because not being represented correctly. But I see these guys as a style of footballer who were really good at what they did and didn't have the support. Kevin Keegan, though, as I was saying, very, very intelligent, very bright, very clever guy. Could have gone so much further, like Gary Lineker in such a way. A great personality. Gary Lineker takes it to a different level, but I genuinely see Kevin Keegan amongst that style of people. Very good. Oh, shish kebab. I remember it. Great program. We were talking about Kickstart. Do 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 do. And I don't know why I remember it, because they've never attempted to make another TV program like it at all. Nothing in comparison to it ever. They tried to do a car version, a car trials version, but Kickstart was just so bloody awesome. And if they put it on again, well, I suppose at the time that made that sport develop, and that sport's developed tremendously into a very heavily televised one. Oh, Wilkie's just come out with a list of names that need reading. Oh, I've gone that wrong. I cut that too early, didn't I? Look how many red laps. Socrates, Zico, Julio Cesar, Falcao, Serginho were some of my faves as a young'un. Oh, superstars. Oh, for sure. Good night, sir. You take care. Yeah, you're early riser. You go and commit to that. I can't do it. I can't give up life for an early start. That's me, though. I hate going to bed early because I can't sleep. I can't go to sleep. I can go downstairs, sit in the front room with the missus, watch the telly. I'm gone in 10 minutes. Absolutely gone on a snore because she hates it. She hates the fact that I won't go to bed and sleep, but I'll sleep in the front room. That's the way it is. I need to stop cutting that early, don't I? Superstars. Is that Superstars with Brian Jacks? Or am I making that name up or something? Brazil era was legendary. I know. Don't know. Don't know. I don't really remember football before 82. Was it Mexico? 86? No, Mexico was 82, I think. Can't remember. Brian Jacks. I showed a blue arrow and then I lost time. Accelerating well too early then. So the only reason I remember that's Brian Jacks is because there was a computer game in something like the late 80s on something you had to do running, and you had to use a joystick and smash the joystick left and right or press the button 1,000 times. Brian Jacks among many others. Brian Jacks martial arts, I think. I can't remember. It's a confusion of memories. Like I say, from 79 to 83, Cyprus, longer than that, something like that. Germany before that. I don't remember. So, forgive me for not knowing, but I don't know. But I remember coming back and watching Kickstart when I got back to the UK, but I suppose Superstars is going to compare to something like Noel's House Party or the two lads from Biker Grove with their TV programs, I guess. It had such a following. Because I know of it, but I don't know the program. I've never watched it. Judo? Is that was like his specialist sport or something? Ah, I'm getting this so wrong. Optimal's got to 443 though. I'm gonna have to take a break. I'm gonna pull over, go for a very quick whizzer. I will be back. Bear with me one moment. I hope it doesn't roll down the hill. I think it's going to, but we'll see. It's back. It's a knockout, but sport version. I remember again. Good evening, Mickle Schmickle. Again, it's a knockout. I remember the name. Not 100% sure. Not 100% sure of the actual program. How's Mickle Schmickle doing? We were kind of talking about footballers of the past in the guise of sort of like players we looked up to. Wilkie was just giving us a rundown of his fans, his favourites, his heroes at the time. I'm not saying that I support the alcoholics of the sport, but what I'm trying to say is they fit into a niche that I kind of looked up to, and I look up at now and think, Christ, guys, what did you go through? How did people let you get to go where you are? You know, how could that sport be so cruel? You know, at a time when you really were the pioneers of the game in terms of the first ones to really earn the good money. You know, and then the sport lets you down by letting you be that. But life's your choice, isn't it? That's the problem. Life is what you choose to make it to be, and if you're going to be a footballer on mega bucks and blow it up the wall, nobody's going to stand there and stop you, are they? They're going to let you do it, because that's the way the world is, you know. And the world is a cruel place when it comes to that kind of stuff. Who's anybody to tell you what you can and can't do? You know, we see musicians of their early 20s, fantastic musicians of their time, taking their own lives because they don't know what to do with money, they don't know what to do with the fame. You've got a young lad, I think he's just in his late 20s, early 30s, musician, very popular, can't go on stage because he's stage fright because of what people think about him, and he's given up music a couple of times to only come back and do it, and it's amazing. And I think there's footballers like that who don't like the fame, who can't handle it, and it's just such a shame that the sport and the people around them let them fail like that. It's bad. I don't know who you can blame though, but I don't know whether it needs to be blamed or whether sport industry, whatever, needs to be better at identifying people like that and looking after them. Amazing how we get to these conversations, but good thinking, Tom. All about the crowd you're with, says Silver. I guess as well, you're very right. You look at people like Kurt Cobain, you know. Now there's a really good example actually. The fella who was in the band with Kurt Cobain now, they have a... Good evening, Randy. The Foo Fighters. The fella who runs the Foo Fighters said, I will never have another person in my band be allowed to go off the rails like that. And then, not 2 years ago, his drummer went and blooming OD'd himself. And you'd have thought the Foo Fighters would have known, you would have thought they'd seen it. And Steven Tyler, I think his name was, or something like that. That's the lead singer of the Aerosmith, but he's also the drummer from the Foo Fighters, I think. But he went and killed himself on drugs, and you think, life shouldn't be about that anymore in music. That should be controlled. I mean, the National Lottery tries to do it with lottery winners, don't they? They take them into a room and say, right, here's your opportunity. We're prepared to help you with this fame. We're going to provide you with assistance. We're going to give you guidance counsellors. We're going to give you money counsellors that are going to help you make these decisions. And people still shun it and go away and blow all the dough because they think they can, and they think the money's, you know, going to grow on the tree now they've got it. Well, to make it grow, you've got to have it. And if you haven't got it because you spent it, it's done, isn't it? Now there's a thing, I did not know that. I thought Eric Cantona gave up because he turned into an absolute prune, but doing that kick, Eric Cantona gave up because he thought he was being exploited by Man United. Wow. Did not know that. I thought Eric Cantona gave up because he put himself in such a position that he couldn't get back from it. But there was a couple of players that like Eric Cantona. Zinedine Zidane, who did silly things, nutted a bloke in the chest in the middle of a blooming football match. I suppose not like Cantona doing a drop kick on a supporter, but it baffles me. Really kind of baffles me. But again, lack of support, lack of mental fortitude, lack of guidance. My employer is trying to be so good with people. They provide support services for all sorts of things. If you've got financial worries, they give you a phone number. You can phone it up. They're trying their best to keep people on side. And I say they're trying their best. It's a piecemeal effort. They're paying for a service and they're passing that service on. But it's what they think is right for people. But here's the thing. We don't get sick pay. We don't get death in service benefit. I'd rather they gave up those services, because I won't use them, and pay us the sick pay or death in service. You know, I'm about to go in the hospital, I'm going to have surgery, I'm going to have time off work, I'm not going to get paid. And it's going to annoy the crap out of me, because I've been there best part of 2.5 years, 3 years, not had a day sick in my days, and I need time off to be able to do it, and they're not going to pay me. And it's going to make me feel shit. Because depending on how long I need off, depends on whether my bills get paid or not, you know? It's the same for everybody. We've all got that same problem. But Eric Cantona thought he was getting exploited. That's a wow. I'd have never have thought that. Kurt Cobain was murdered, didn't take his own life? Now, are we into the old Elvis conspiracies here? Didn't Kurt Cobain shotgun himself in the mouth? You're changing history for me. I thought, and I'm not being antagonistic, generally, I thought Kurt Cobain was a suicide. Self-inflicted gunshot wound. Genuinely thought that was fact. Didn't realise that was anything different. I just fluffed that and I gained the time, look. I gained 2/10 coming across that apex. Lost 2/10 through this corner though, going wide. I genuinely thought Kurt Cobain was a suicide. Is there a belief then? Is it, I'm asking the question. I guess people are Googling it now. Because I'd never heard anything different. I'm all up for conspiracy theories if that is one. Okay, there's a lot of debate about it, as most evidence shows he couldn't have done it. Wowzers. I'm going to have a little research into that later, and forgive me, not to prove you wrong, just to enrich my education about it, because I'm surprised at that. That was red, trying to cut that without braking. There's a couple of musicians. Avicii was one, lost so young. There's a young lass that used to have a beehive. My missus thinks she's an absolutely stunning musician, and I don't think she's not, but married. She was going out with Sean Ryder, I think his name was. Oh, Kurt Cobain theory was he was about to blow the whistle on a load of things not right. For example, Epstein. Can't say it all on it. Oh, okay, understood. Okay, yes, that makes sense. That felt good through there, look. We still blue arrow, so that is a way to get through that. With the blue arrow, look there. Still blue arrow all the way through here. And then we hit the wall. Oh, YouTube will delete it. I understand. I understand. I think I've just screwed the next lap up. Well, in terms of what there is out there, we talk about conspiracy theories. There is lots of things that have gone on that can be questioned and can be doubtful because we don't know what the compelling evidence was. So I'm pretty sure the death of Kurt Cobain has been investigated to death by the police force, or it was just dealt with as a crime scene or a non-crime scene because the facts were laid bare and it couldn't be anything different. But I'm 100% sure with time and effort you can prove something. Soaked in Bleach is the documentary to watch, I remember that. Yeah, same with Whitney Houston and Marilyn Monroe. Well, Whitney did the old toaster in the bath job, didn't she? Whitney should have been looked after Bobby Brown. There's no way she should have been still around that man. And the daughter of Whitney as well. I mean, Christ. If there's two tragedies to be thought of, they're there. Which, oh, just shockingly bad. Don't know, but who am I to say? Look at that for a lap time, eh? And we're on a red lap. Wow. 58.680, come on. Every sector was blue. We made that lap at the bottom of this hill here. We did exactly what we needed to here to get it right, to get on the blue. I think I need to watch more of that stuff to open my thought process up to what could have found out, if you see what I mean. What actually did happen, or what do people think was the real cause of whatever it was. Because I genuinely think there are those cases out there that need that investigative look at. Because they can't all happen the way they do, you know. We're closing in. JFK is a big misnomer, isn't it? Oh, twaddle tits. mean, Anne Widdowmaker is going to be looked back and think, what the chuff's going on here? Is it just a crazy? Or is somebody... Was there a plot? For whatever reason. What damage could Anne Widdowmaker have done to anybody now? It's got to be a crazy, hasn't it? From just down the road from me in Rotherham. It's got to be a nut job. Got to be somebody who doesn't really count with both hands, you know? It's got to be. I can't fathom how to work out why somebody would be that way inclined. I mean, I heard a statistic the other day that Nigel Farage has in the region of 9,000 death threats a month at the last police count. 9,000 death threats. I've seen a YouTube video about Michael Jackson being alive in Argentina. Caught on a train in Argentina on YouTube footage. Alive today. Michael Jackson was killed off. Well, you could also say the fella out of Friends was as well then, because he went the same way. That fits just into my description of people who've done it, people who have got it, people who have made it, that just fell into the wrong way of things. You know, you're into drugs, so you've actually got your doctor prescribing you, injecting you with the drugs that you need and want. That's got to be just a doctor just doing the wrong thing. You know, they're just killing their patient because they're paying them money. It just blows my brain as to how that's even allowed. Which I guess it isn't, because they're being put in prison, aren't they? But what makes the doctor think that that's just the right thing to do? Because I'm sure they've 100% signed stuff that says they shouldn't do that, and I guess they're breaking the law, which I guess everybody knows, but it just baffles me that people would do that. But it's money. Money makes people do all sorts of stupid shit. Like stream for, oh, Mr. Bloody Apex. Stream on YouTube. The difference is this ain't a drug. Well, it is, I guess. But there's nobody getting paid out there for millions. I suppose there is. It's just not me. $58,443 we can get down to. Come on. That was so close, so close. That was the gear change that messed that up. Good night, Olive. Take care, sir. Well done, that man. Have a good one. We don't mention football around Olive at the moment. But yeah, commiserations on the result of the football set. I think France could have gone better. I was surprised when they lost to Spain. I'm glad Spain went on to win it. Still 4-4-3. We've not improved that 58-4-4-3. That gear shift there is the one that's killing me on time. I'm not getting that corner anymore. I don't know what's going on. Need a break. Need a break. Doing me head in. So, 136 miles there. So, 158.443 on the optimal. Our fastest was a 158.822, which was on lap 7, which, yeah, it is where it is. But we've got places to go. Got places to go. 796. So we didn't genuinely go much further, and we did just skip Olive and Trigger. So yeah, good night, sir. I apologise for that. But we're behind Davey, and I know we got 4/10. If we go 4-4-2, we're in there. We're into 6th, 5th, 7th plot. But my question to my brain is, where are we going wrong? What is it we're doing that we need to change? Fundamentally, is it line? Does our line change that much? I don't think so. Have we made many adjustments from when we watched that video? So if we look at the data logger now and compare our lap to where he is, let's do that. Let's see if we've got any really discernible differences that we can pick up and try and improve on, that we can actually do something about. I know we've talked a lot of other razzle and rubbish, but would wider tyres, would a bigger offset change things? Would it give us grip where we need it? Still wide there. He brakes a lot longer into that corner. Gear change is much closer than it used to be. We have 2 brakes in at that, don't we? He brakes the once and pushes the car through. Very similar lines now. He tightens that up, but I know we can go tighter. We go much deeper, wider. We have a bit of a coast. I actually like my corner there. I think that's really good. Really good. We probably don't get the pace. Look where his gear change is. Yeah, that's interesting. That's speed, isn't it, that top line? We break through there. He brakes so much later. And he's further right. Wow. He actually gets right over. I'm guessing he's 2 tyres on the grass. I'm guessing he's going with the instability of the bouncing. It's me braking there, not him. I brake all the way around that corner. He doesn't brake at all. I can't get the feel for. We changed gear at exactly the same place there. Makes sense. I'm tighter. He's tighter. He's tighter again. I'm straight lining that, whereas he's not. We're braking earlier. I come off the brakes earlier. He has 2 goes at the brakes. And he's a much tighter line, but I don't think he's hooking a tyre. He's comparable laps, but he's just a week faster than me. A 58.822 and he's a 57.012, so it's 1.8 seconds quicker. And we know it's all there, don't we? We can see it's all there. didn't know he's that much quicker. Dairy Milk corner. Run the line. We should have 2 ghosts. We shouldn't drop to 1. We do have 2 ghosts. You watched Hollow's run yesterday and it seemed like it was half off the track at every corner. So I feffed that, didn't I, already? I feffed that. There is a lot of track limits on this. Especially through the chicanes. The chicanes are abused massively. Can't get that to turn. Red car runs a tighter line, which is more like the fastest guys. I know I've got half a second in the bottom of this hill down here. I can't get it to turn, wowzers. I was turning all the way, I just did not want to lift. No point doing another lap, let's just retry it. Oh. We know there's a 4. Just let that go in the middle of the corner. Just missed that gear change by a smidgen. And then I could not get to the throttle. Then a 158.630 for me was an optimal in that 58.3s. That sounds reasonable. That'll do me for tonight, the more in the lap with fresh eyes. Yeah, that makes sense. Coming back to it another day does make sense. had to slow it down a little bit into there. You wouldn't corner like that in a real race. You just burn your tyres for fun. But I guess that's where I'm getting it wrong, because I've not got the wrong entry. I've got the wrong entry. Visibly see me losing ground there against them. And you can see me oversteering into the corner. I'm steering more than I need to. Shish. I turned too early. He had 3 times the lethal level of heroin in the system when he died. Jeebus. He was on it, wasn't he? Or he was injected with it by somebody else. That's crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy amount of barbiturates, if that's the right expression. Illegal stuff inside your snozzer of your arm. That's crazy. After you stream, we're going to watch it again. I'm going to watch that tonight. That's what I'm going to YouTube search that, and I'll give that a watch. Go to sleep to that. I overslowed that going into there, but what could I have done else? This could be close. This will be very close. Boom, there's a 6. It just takes a little bit of thinking about. How can I be that far down? It's one corner. Good evening, Jed. How you doing, mate? How's the old chauffeuring people around the Glasgow doing? Hope everything's all right. .692. That's all right. I know it's not a 5, but or a 4, but. Oi, ay, ay, ay. Blew that. I'm gonna have to go and have a look. Is that top 600 or so now? I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be 700s. 58,692. The optimal's no better. 616. Ah, we're not even top 10 yet, boys. What are you doing to me? Oh, Davey's got to 158.6. 6-0. Thank you, Hayden. We've got to find a little bit more in this. Oh, just outside the top 10. I did save that, didn't I? Yeah. How are we gonna... How are we going to? We know the time's there. First 3 corners. The Jed Express. Absolutely. How long have you been up there now? I was thinking about this today. It feels like a couple of years. I don't know if it is that long. It was a year in May. Feels longer. Feels much longer. I do find a lap, but at the minute they're hiding under bushes and stuff, these laps. They're not easy to find. But thank you, Davey. Appreciate it, mate. Squeeze in that throttle. Come on, a 5. Let's have a 5. Come on. Boom! And you guys inspire me too as well. Because if it wasn't for your top 10 times, I would be nowhere. Lost all that time coming out that corner. Oh! That was a whole tenth up coming out of there. That was on. Oh, 58.5 though. Is that going to put me into the 500s? 158.483 optimal, just having done 1.5 laps. 421st. Yeah, cleanly into the top 10 for the first time in a very long time. Oh, wow. And we've managed to skip across Davey. We have. 58.5. So we were already looking like a 10th up. So 409 would put us there. There's a long way to go to 6th. We've got to find half a second to really make any progress to top 5. But that is... It doesn't inspire me, says Daj. Well, what doesn't? I'm not even going to ask. No, I've done this before. Not asking. Not asking. I'm not asking at all. I saw you boys playing golf. You're obviously getting better. Is it getting better? The echoes in my head. Got more in it. Yes, I think so. The optimal says so. We're close to our optimal last recorded at 448, aren't we? Let's see. Growler Prowler 88 does it for me. I'm going to try and see if there's any coast and roll elements that are going to bring us plaudits. Hey, Vert in the Woods, welcome, sir. I'll read yours in a second. Now that is how you hit that. That was Rapido Domingo. Love the FTO, making it front wheel drive was completely baffling with a crime against humanity. Yeah. That's why it drives so well. That's why it handles so well being front wheel drive. It doesn't have that that happy tail that most rear wheel drive cars does. Yeah, me and Jeb are whacking balls on it. Absolutely. Get out there and play some golf. I know Azza likes a bit of golf, but Azza's on the PlayStation. And like Wilkie, my PlayStation sees a bit of dust for now. That's appallingly slow compared to where I should be. Oh, we didn't improve there, but it felt like good. What's the PlayStation, says Wilkie. That's 100% right. Wilkie has found the way of the PC. It is a totally different way of life. It is, once your eyes are open to the PC, and don't tell me, don't get me wrong, the PlayStation, the Xbox, both tremendous bits of kit. You know, and if you haven't got the wherewithal, the means, or the know-how to get into the Belanda PC, PlayStation and Xbox, both suitable alternatives. But when you played PC and you've explored it, it is. Oh, I missed that corner. I missed the gear. That's what I've done wrong. Ah, you donut ball. That fell foul of the moderator. We were still fastest in Sector 4. Manginas. The PlayStation is a perfectly decent bit of kit. I will not have anybody talk down about it. It's a great machine. It has been for many years. I still plan one day to have a room with all my 70 hours done. Wow. And quite rightly so, Wilkster. You really enjoy that game. There's no reason why you shouldn't be playing it non-stop for 3.5 days. That would me with flight sim. I braked there and I shouldn't have. I missed the gear change. Come on. Were those 2 laps identical? 1:58.956. They were absolutely paired off the same, look. Missed the wall. Oh, sheesh kebab. Halfway to completing it then, eh? And for anybody that doesn't know, TLOU is The Last of Us 2. Console gaming haven't been the same since the Sega Master System. Oh, it was the Mega Drive. Sega Mega Drive was the one I really enjoyed. I remember borrowing somebody's in 1992 when I went to university just to play ice hockey. I thought ice hockey was fucking brilliant. And then my eyes got bad and I couldn't see the bloody puck go anywhere. I've lost it. I've lost it altogether. I'm gonna restart. Flapping about for the sake of nothing. We'll find out whether that thing counts up in the corner. I don't think it does. You reached midpoint of first story run today. Oh, okay. So is that just one run through, or are you playing it multiple times through because you enjoy it so much? Because I know some people who play the game so much they really enjoy them. They do speed runs and stuff through them. Assassin's Creed Black Flag is loosely based on Alex Kidd in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland. Lost the car on it then. I don't know where it went. First story run on PC, it's took you 3 days. Got ya. No shame in that. That's the line we want. We're a little bit further back. We're not going to beat that time, but look at the gap now between the red and the white one. Goes to show where we're improving it. Ah, we blew that. We tightened that up too much. What a nugget. Had to let off. Ah, pig dog. Oh, wow. We've done really well tonight. I'm really, really, really happy the 158.5. I don't think I'd have said that far, to be honest. I don't really think I would have. I think a 58.5 would have been dreamland territory. So we're only 0.7 away from the fastest guy, I think. This corner here that's upsetting my rhythm. We're not really getting it. We're not feeling it. I might actually have a bit of a 2-minute break, and I might try and just do something with my brake pedal. Oh, that slid a bit. I think that slide to the left just upset the rhythm of things. Don't want to press the brake pedal. That later entry into that corner just gave the white ghost there just that little bit extra slide through, which was really good. Trying to come through there with no brakes. I'm trying to exit this corner without a lift. Jeff was saying he walked in on his sister taking a crap, said she had a snatch on her like Chewbacca's right arm. Okay. Where did that come from? I was reading that all the way through, expecting there to be a joke name in there. Oh, you were able to choose whether to load your PS5 account into the PC. Oh, that's awesome. But you chose not to, and you've kept the two games separate, PS5 and PlayStation and PC. So it didn't reset you back, it gave you a fresh game save. That's epic. That's good, that. I like that. Didn't know Jeff had a sister. Unless it was Benny. Oh, we just readied that. And look, we were blue. We were blue. Da da dee da 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 dee da 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 da. Touch the brake a little bit, and again. Come on. was actually her left. Oh, okay. Dead retracted message. That was a better exit. That wasn't as quick, which is a disappointment. Hold it, you swine. It's close. It's close. It's close. It could be a 4. It is. Get in, son. I've got to stop and read that at some point. I'm sorry, I'm not going to right now. Oh, I've just... Yeah. Ah! Let's go have a look, see where that tiny increase got us to. 2 wind turbines sit talking. One asks the other, what's your favourite music genre? Which the other one says, well, everyone knows I'm a big metal fan. Yeah, big metal fan, yeah. Yeah, yeah, that works. That's well done. That button. Oh, 58,410 optimal. Top 400 now. Not bad for a knackered out old YouTuber, ex-drunk alcoholic fella. No, I'm not one. I'm still going with that. 8th place still, 482, just a smidge behind Logan. Trying to equalise the old Southern Hemisphere bias that's going on our friends list. So, with half an hour, 45 minutes to go, do we need to put the other tyres on, or is it totally standard setup? Do we need more grip in the front wheels? Wider, more rubber? Will that get us somewhere, do we think? Don't know. I'm not of the knowledge. We've lost the chat again. It's gone way up screen. We must have more adverts, bloody YouTube. She was a growler like an empty... She had a growler like an empty headlock. Harry Potter's blazer sleeve. Oh yeah, that works. That was quicker than Stephen Hawking's Ethernet port. Stop it. It was just dribbling along, wasn't it? Right, did I save that? Need to save that. Top 400. Happy days. What we're looking for is a really good entry, said the nun to the bishop. I think we made light of the 20 laps of thrashing we did earlier. I definitely think we focused on the better things, which was not getting pissed off about thrashing around a lot. And what we did was just focus on achieving it when we were ready to. We lost a bit there, but that felt more controlled into there. We had the speed sort of, but we overbraked, I think, and we missed the gear change. No brakes into that corner. And we missed the gear change again. Slightly frustrated with myself at that for twice in a row, but bugger. I thought we had that right. I thought we cut in that line really well. Just turns we cut in too early. Couldn't get the gear changed then. Couldn't get it changed down. That's rubbish. Rubbish! Two cows stood in the field. The first cow goes moo. The second cow looks at him. And he yells, "That's what I was going to say." Okay. We were much, much closer last time round to there, weren't we? That felt like I was so desperate to make that turn in. No brakes, no brakes, no brakes. We know that fella. Wasn't he the fella who wrestled Ivan the Terrible? We lightly revved that. It wasn't really that good. Miles back, we messed that up big time. Losing time and over 50. Wasn't as quick as we could have been. Missed the gear change. I was too busy concentrating on the car in front. You knob cheese. You absolute howling prune bucket. And we're readied. What a complete smeg machine. You absolute Dilbert. Ah. Had to lift. What a knobhead. Come on. We lost all that time. Made it back. Only an 840 though, with 3/10, 4/10 down. We're not going to make that up in this part of the lap, are we? We lost it all, look. Missed the gear change again. Come on. That optimal is just trying to eke down to the 7s, but it's not getting anywhere near it. It's slowly just knocking on down, but we haven't found the breakthrough as yet. I was looking at the back of the car again. What an absolute nosebag. I don't know why I'm doing that. Oh, what a complete tiddle-tit. Wow. We made massive inroads through the chicane there. We did really good. We actually got the line for the first time in a long time. It's down to a 404. Really looking to get that down to a 3 on the optimal, because that's what Davey talked about. Oh. Didn't turn the car enough. Getting into the 400s is all right. I'm all right with that. Look at that, blue, 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 and look at the gains. Look at that, 0.2 we've gained. We're back into the blue on a red lap. And then we braked and we shouldn't have had. Shows it's still possible, still got the ability to do that. That's good stuff. So he's not braking a lot, the fast guy, because he's braking with the front axle. He's steering the car in the corner and scrubbing the speed away with the front tyres. That's why he's able to come off the brakes quite so early. He's actually scrubbing the speed and turning the car with the front tyres. An interesting technique, and it is working. And I'm trying to do that more. Doesn't work everywhere. As you can see, we lost a shed load of time there. 1/10.5 just trying to get into that corner and get out of it smoothly, but it is a technique that does work. We got it again. This time not on a red lap. Lost the time though, look. Didn't get it quite right. We had to lift the throttle in the middle of that apex, but we're still on it, still half a tenth out. Keep that 4 hammered. Pull over to the right because we're only in the 6.5, 6.6s, 6 something, 6.8s, okay. Oh, the 58.252. Ah, we just blew that. 58.252 on the optimal shows we've found the speed through the chicane now. We're not getting that corner right. That's blooming ace. Right, I need to take a very quick break. I apologise. I'll be back. I'm back, but I'm not in camera shot yet because I'm just having a think. And while I'm having a think, trying to get something out of a box here. Fanatec Club Sport shipping label. No, that's not what I'm after. I'm after something else that's in this box, I think. No, it's not in this box. That's disappointed me. I thought it could have been in this box. No, there's a projector in the bottom of there. That's a shame. That's a shame because I thought I knew where that was. Ah, it might be in the box above. Might have to take it off the top shelf. Might do. Oh, that's my screwdriver dropped on the floor. And I'm sorry this isn't very entertaining, but I'm just finding something I think I need. I've just found it, I think. There it is. Club Sport V3 brake performance kit. As is that thing. That's what I'm looking for. Just gonna put this box back at the top and think about putting the things back up there that I took down. And we're going to just have a quick think about things. Right, so my brake pedal, I've been kind of moaning a bit about it all night, kind of thing. And in the brake pedal, I've got 2 green bits, and I've got a wooden foamy spongy thing. And the wooden foamy spongy thing is giving me a problem because it's collapsing. And excuse me, I generally think, or I want to know, if it's possible that I can potentially put these in. these harder ones from the Fanatec into the Logitech. Yeah, that's what I'd like to really think about. I might just have to disappear behind the screen for a little bit, or just do it on another day. Now that I've found where it is, I am going to just do it on another day, because I don't think you guys need to see me disappear for 20 minutes around the back of the rig whilst we're supposed to be streaming with only 20 minutes to go. So I'll pop that down there for a minute, and we will go and do something different. And I don't mean change this. I'm really happy with the progress tonight. I hope you guys are quite happy with what we've demonstrated. Optimal 58252, and it does stack the sessions, look. What we can't do though, and what it won't do, is let us scroll through the sessions. It shows where the best laps, does it? No, 50, it only shows the first session. We can't scroll along any of those, can we? That's a bit of a... I've never really looked at this screen, but it does do the sessions there up the right hand side. Best time 58688 from that session, but the best time was the 58482, which actually is our fastest and best time, which we didn't save. Or is that all of tonight's sessions? Yeah, that is all of tonight's sessions that we've run. So we didn't actually get a best lap in there, but 398, I'm so chuffed with that. So, with half an hour to go, let's go and put wide wheels and tyres on our own car and see if that is anywhere near a thing. Because we haven't tried it, we haven't thought about it, we've just gone on with the car of choice. Probably the best way to find the car without doing anything else is just go into the time trial. This one. Select from garage. Choose car. I've got two. I've got a Widdowmaker version. Oh. Why not? Sports Arts. Yeah, we've got them. No, not a car. Well, that makes no odds, no drama, does it? But we've chosen the car. Let's just go and do the thing to it now. I don't know whether all the extra parts on it are going to cause us dramas. That'll be an interesting understanding, won't it? Let's get into here. Tuning shop. I think I'm in the wrong place. I should have gone to the one to the right. Anyhow. Cheap. Go to the one to the right. GT Auto. Wheels and tyres. That's where we want to be. And we want to do the... now... they're the standard wheels. 16s. Only get 16s. And you can get a wide option. Wide option. Worth a starter. Got everything else going for it, hasn't it? Yes, it has. Everything else. Let's see. Good evening, Laura. Welcome. Blue? What's blue? Did you make a choice on your ceiling, Laura? There's a question that nobody else is going to know is relevant. But Laura has a feature ceiling in one of her rooms. And she was asking about it on Facebook. And somebody came up with the name. And I can't remember what it was called. But then it struck me that it's like a tray ceiling. Is it called a tray ceiling? That's what it's called, I think. It's a tray ceiling, yes. And it looks quite a thing. My car blue. Oh, I don't paint my cars. Not if we don't have to. We go and buy some, yeah, definitely. Assists all off. Yup. Ghosts we want. Load up the fastest ghost. 58482. Happy days. Did we do that? Didn't feel like that, did that? It's called a tray ceiling, yes. Yes. Very good. Now this has got the same size wheels, same standard wheels, but they're wider fitment. Looks like a tray, absolutely, yes. Well, that stopped quicker. Much quicker, that I turned in much quicker. Next problem's kitchen sink, then the back door, the tray will wait. It's going to take a couple of laps to get my head into. It does. As a fair list. We readied it, but we're going to keep going, not to worry. It's all about getting used to the car. We're not on the lap yet. We need to unfurl those front wheels. Oh, I missed the gear change. We need to unfurl the wheels earlier going through there. We need to straighten them up so they're driving towards the exit. At the moment, we're steering into it rather a lot and allowing the car to waste its momentum, really, I think is the best way to say it. No, he's a Labourite lefty. Don't listen to your media about him. He's a lefty. He's a communist. He's about as progressive as Marmite. He's only interested in one thing, and that's progressing himself. Forgive me, political persuasion. They say Andy Burnham's done wonders with Manchester, but if you listen to people from Manchester, it's absolutely a poop hole, use the phrase. He's only done things that look good on the outside, nothing that's actually of any worth on the inside. Yeah, don't expect anything more than Keir Starmer, I'm afraid. I know I'm probably the wrong person to ask anything about Labour politics, but the left side of the politics in the UK is very much all about robbing from the rich and feeding the poor, but the rich can be anybody who isn't poor. And they do rob, without a doubt. They steal from pensioners, this lot. They make promises that they don't keep. For example, the waspy women. And they also don't keep promises about the post office workers who were imprisoned because of a software problem. So this entire Labour government that is in power now, regardless of whether it's Keir Starmer led or Andy Burnham, are a bunch of lying. They got into power on a lie. The people believed them. Now the people realise that they got into power on a lie, and that's as good as it's going to get. Yeah, similar. But your raving loony is a right winger. He's the opposite end of the spectrum, and I don't. We got red again, and I was actually too narrow. So, the reason I'm so down on Andy Burnham on day one is what he said today. He did his speech to announce his Prime Minister, and then for some reason he claimed he wanted to do something that's going to be impossible. He said, I'm going to abolish rough sleeping in the UK. I'm going to make it a thing of the past. You can't, unfortunately. Homelessness. Well done. That's the Labour class in the UK. Labour is all about socialism. And unfortunately, socialism doesn't work in progressive environments. And you can't be a socialist and a progressive. That's what our Labour Party is. It's a socialist party. Doesn't claim to, well, it does claim to be, because that's what it's built on. But yeah, our Labour Party is the Socialist People Working Party. That's what it is. The government that's in power are socialists. Your electoral parties in the US claim to be, well, yeah, it's communism. That's why it doesn't work. It only works for those at the top. And it only works as well for those that think they're at the top when they actually aren't. There's a whole stack of people underneath the Labour Party that think they are contributing to the top. Oh, well right at Burnham. Well, the people... I need to read what Laura's just written, but I need to be on a straight. Let me just... No, oh, the Democratic Party here, they want us to become a communist country, and they're trying the damnedest. You consider yourself more left or right of Burnham? I'm definitely right of Burnham. If they were poor, they would care. Well, this is... And my screen's all changed again. I mean, YouTube, what have you done today? Why does my... I know what's happening. For some reason, there's adverts on my stream, and I don't know why. So, I'll give you a brief 101 on UK politics, just so you're aware of what we're discussing here. In the UK, we have three, let's call it 4 parties. Effectively, we're split left and right, the left being socialism, communism at the extreme. The right are your... I'm not going to say Christian party because that is an American lean on it, but we're right wing. They are the Conservatives and the Reform parties. The Conservatives are your, not quite so extreme, but they're the Donald Trump side. And the Labour are not quite Democrats. We have the Liberal Social Democrats, who are more like your Democrat Party. And we have the Labour Party, who are to the left of Social Democrats. So socialism, social parties and socialist are slightly different in the UK. So socialism and socialist is slightly different in the UK. So can't get the thing to go. You'd never drive like me. Well, I've seen you drive, Laura, and I don't think you're far off. I'll let you drive my car. So, what we have historically is the Labour side, the left-wing side, are driven by the unions. The unions are the people that support the working parties, and they basically try and argue for workers' reform, workers' rights, etc., etc., and they take money from the workers to fund themselves. Yes, we are closer to Russia, yes. The 2 Labour leaders ago, a guy called Jeremy Corbyn is a Marxist. Actually a Marxist. You did arrive in one piece, Laura. You drove. And we made it all the way across America twice without crashing into anybody or anything. And that was with me driving. So my crash course on UK politics. In the middle of all this, we have the Lib Dems, the Green Party, who are centre-left, but they have a right-wing... they have an extreme leftyism about them. So they believe in something that would amount to communism as a hybrid sort of a thing. They want a universal income. They want everybody to be paid by the government a standard living wage, and they effectively want those people who earn more than that to pay for everybody else. So effectively everybody, whether they went to work or not, would have the same amount of income coming in. And then anybody that went out to work and earned money would have that on top, but they would be taxed more on it, taxed heavily, and that would fund everybody else's income and wages. So that's the extreme of the Green. The Green don't necessarily mean environmentally friendly, whereas they used to be the party that stood for everything eco. So that's now part of the Labour Party, which have a net zero philosophy. So from their net zero philosophy, they will not produce anything, sell anything, make anything that is not carbon neutral, etc. And all our gas and power and oil must be carbon neutral. So there's no point in having any of that, because we're not paying for any of that, because we're not going to produce any carbon, we're not going to drill oil, we're not going to drill gas, we're going to buy all that, and we're going to smother that in payments to offset any carbon manufacture. So that's our current, well, they've just changed the dude away. I think we're actually going to Ed Miliband, that was. The commercial popped up right in the middle of the explanation. I am so sorry. You should be able to scroll that back and find it. I just effed up that final corner, but it's fine. So if we go from right to left, you're going to have the Reform Party, then you have Conservatives, then you're going to have, somewhere towards the middle, you're going to have the not so extremes, like, I'm trying to think of the right-wing parties that aren't answer the right. No, you're quite correct. There isn't a carbon problem in America. No, there isn't. You're quite correct. Nope. You don't produce any carbon. Not from any of your big V8 gas guzzling engines. No. And I know that's said with sarcasm, so I apologise. But, geez, you better wow. 15 minutes. So I'm getting used to this car with these tyres. I just need to get a lap in that is somewhere near what needs to be done. Never, no. So yeah, there is similarities between our politics, but the parties are slightly structured differently. We don't have a religious party that advocates for like anti-abortion, etc. We don't have one that believes in any level of marriage below 16 or childbirth below 16, etc. We don't have any that advocate for any of that, not even in the extremes of any of the parties. We don't have any states in the UK that allow underage marriage, underage sex or anything like that. The Labour Party were at the point and process of just trying to implement a national ID card system. When we have national driving licences, we have passports, etc. Why do we need an ID card system when, you know, we can prove our identity in so many ways? National insurance numbers, etc, etc. Your social security numbers is our national security number. Green, Labour, Liberal, Dems, Conservative, Reform. Yeah, ish. Greens are to the left of Labour. Yeah, they are. YouTube remove the tabs. That makes sense. Yes. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah. Libs, Liberal Dems, yeah. The Green Party never used to be there. The Green Party were centre with the Lib Dems. They were just trying to be something, but they've got this guy in charge of them now called Zach Balansky, who is an absolute nutjack. He's an unelected politician, but he leads them. He's unelected, he's not in the Commons, he leads them from outside, and he's just a crazy horse. Well, yeah, we now have to ID when we vote, but I think there's a genuine reason for voter ID, and it shows in your elections that there's a genuine reason for voter ID. So having voter ID though in the UK won't stop you voting twice, because you can be registered multiple times in a vote, and the same as you can in the US, because there's very little way of everybody being registered for voting in the US. So if you go out into the wilds of some of your states, into the backwater, there's no registration system, and I know they're trying the damnedest to do it, but you can have people voting in 2 states purely because they just turn up to vote, they're registered to vote on the day, and they're allowed to. And that happened 2 elections ago. So there's got to be a way to, like they do in the UK, you have to register to vote a minimum of 6 weeks before the election starts, and you can only register to vote, you can register to vote wherever you have a house, but you can only vote once. And I think, well, I don't know if there are any occasions in the UK where it's found people vote multiple times because they're registered to vote in multiple places. But there's got to be a way to stop it or identify it. So the biggest problem I think both countries have with voting is you have this thing, Chuck Schumer is the plug. I thought that was Daj with one of his joke names then. So what we have in the UK is this problem where people are encouraged to vote by the parties, and they will give you a lift to the polling station. They will encourage you to come out and vote. They'll drive around the old people's estates with a minibus and say, have you been to vote, love? Come and vote, come and vote. Don't forget who's brought you down today. It's the Labour Party with the red ones. Vote the red ones. Go on, love, put the cross in the red vote. Go on, we haven't encouraged you. You just do it because we gave you a lift. You'd not been able to vote if it wasn't for us. And I know a similar thing happens in the US. You get those parties that drive round and they attempt to coerce through niceties to get people to vote for them. And then you have the stupid system as well, where at the end of the voting day, if you're in the queue, they allow you to vote. And it's absolutely crazy that they would allow it to happen, that if you're in the queue at 10 o'clock, you can still vote. They're trying to buy votes. Exactly, that's what they're doing, and it should be illegal. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. But they're saying they're providing a public service to allow people to get to the vote polls and to be able to vote, which in itself is a thing to do, but it's wrong. We also have the thing in the UK called pollsters. They will stand outside a polling station and they will ask you on your way out, did you vote? Who did you vote for? Well, technically they're not allowed to do that on the grounds, but they'll stand just outside the ground and they'll do it, and they'll try and get an opinion of what the votes are for that day. And it's wrong. They shouldn't be pollstering outside a poll station. So if anybody ever asks me what I voted, I lie. Because it's no business of theirs. And I just find a lot of the voting stuff just very, very bad. The bending or the flexing of the rules to try and make it right for them is just wrong. But I suppose the question now, be really on everybody's lips, is whether Andy Burnham has a mandate to govern the country. He wasn't elected. He was selected because he was the only person that stood to be the Labour leader. And nobody's voted for him from the British public. They voted for a manifesto provided by somebody else. So that was set up by Keir Starmer. And allegedly, he has got to continue to run the govern by that manifesto. And if he doesn't, he hasn't got a mandate to govern, and he therefore should go to the electorate. And if he changes the manifesto, or he changes the way he runs the country away from that manifesto, he should go to the people and ask them to vote again to see if they want to do that. But that's not official. That's just the way the electorate thinks. And the electorate is us. You know, the one thing they do here is throw out the ballots if it's a Republican Party. Explain that, Laura. You mean if they're close to winning, they'll throw the vote out because some sort of cheating or whatever? Yeah, we saw a lot of that. The way your electoral system is really strange as well, because you work the college system, which is really quite bizarre. We have the first past the post, which I know you guys do as well, but your first past the post system and the local vote count towards a bigger vote where you vote in areas, and there are a number of votes according to the region. which is really quite strange. We don't have that system here. It's all based on numbers until it gets to the number of MPs within the Commons, because if you're in that region you win it, and then the number of MPs is based on the amount of regions. So, oh, I see what you mean. They bin them, yes. You don't mean actually just declare the election null and void. You mean actually throw votes in the bin if they find them, yes. Allegedly that does happen, yes. The one thing we have in the system is there is a register of votes cast, and the votes are all checked in. So if votes are missing, the election is held until those votes actually turn up. Every ballot is numbered, every individual ticket, and they must be accounted for if cast, because you can't destroy a ballot. It has to go into the ballot box, and everyone is registered. So it's illegal to take a ballot away from the polling booth. You cannot take a ticket away. Yeah, we have that problem as well. We have... You guys have the same of us in terms of political influence on your news channels, don't you? So we have the BBC, which is historically left. We have GB News, which is historically right. And we have ITV News, which really doesn't know what it wants to be. It'll actually go whichever way it wants to go until it reaches people who don't agree or do agree, and then they'll go with whatever they think is best. But it's kind of difficult. We have the same with the newspapers. The newspapers have a political lean massively in terms of, you know, the Sun and the Mail are generally the Telegraph, and the Times a little bit, not maybe much. But they're very much the conservative newspapers. And then you have the Mirror and the Express and the Guardian, who are more Labour sort of centre. Guardian's more liberal, but they are very much more your left-wing media. And you'll find as well that your news, not necessarily your news reporters, but your TV presenters and your personalities do tend to get a little bit out of the tree when it comes to elections, and they do in some cases support very strange things. Very wealthy people supporting the Labour Party, which in all fairness baffles me completely, that very wealthy people would want to pay more in tax. And that's why the Labour Party keeps spouting about wanting to do a rich tax, and they never do it. Left-wing media dominates here. Wow. I wonder why that is. Because they want to be more for the people, or claim to be more for the people, rather than for business and industry, which I guess the Conservative Party here don't express themselves as the Conservative Party. They call themselves the Unionists. They're a unionist party, which is slightly different to what the Labour Party unions are. Unionists in the Conservative sense believe in a union of nations, of the Great Britain, etc. That's what they believe in as a union, not as a body to help, not as a body to help workers, as the unions are for the Labour left. Randy's just said, too many insane billionaires buying up media outlets. Yeah. The Carver Media Group is one, isn't it? That's going to come. James Bond's predicted that. Thank you, Davey. You sleep well after your long drive today. I think we've done well. 2 minutes to midnight, and we've done a cracking lap. But Davey's going to come and beat that tomorrow. I know he is. We haven't been as quick, you know, with these big tyres. We've been struggling to keep the car gripped. We've been struggling to keep it, as you can see by the laps, we're thrashing it, But the best we're doing is a 59.2, and we had 3 59.2s along the way. But we're 0.8 of a second with the bigger tyres. The car handles slightly differently, which is unusual. Yeah. Money's a different thing over in the US, and I suppose it's an interesting thing that we don't have here. We do have it, but not to the same degree. So, and I'm going to make a broad generalisation, so please forgive me, but it's to... the broad generalisation is there to paint a picture, not to be entirely representative of the truth, because it's going to describe a situation that we really don't have. So, the general makeup of the UK is not from people who have the ability to own land. Our country started in very different ways, and at this moment you have generational wealth that dates back to the frontier times, where people were able to stake a claim and take on land, and then families were able to build land together and amass a fortune in modern times. So, and I know this is only a small percentage in today's society, because you are some, I don't know, 800 million strong, and it's probably only a small percentage of this, but I'm painting a picture and I'm not describing it strictly true. In the UK, the people that own land to that degree are few and far between. The percentage of our 70 million that own land to that degree is significantly smaller than in the US. So, and we're only talking a number of percentiles, we're not talking a massive amount. So when it comes down to what I'm trying to explain here, you'll get where I'm going, and forgive me. Size doesn't matter as much as width on the tyres. Understood. So in the US you have considerably more lower earnings than we do in the UK, and I'm talking about the makeup of voters. So I'm not talking now about the people who I've just described, the generational wealth. I'm talking about the people who are underachievers, the people who earn below minimum wage, the people who don't work. You have significantly more of those. In the UK, we have what we call a working class, which is now confused because the Labour Party at the last election defined that they would not tax the working man any more than they currently were. So they will not change tax rates, they will not change income tax, they will not increase taxes on the working man. Now here's the question, they did not say working class, they said the working man. So any man or woman considered to be working would not have their tax rate changed. In the US, your working class is distinctly broader. Because of the way your industries work and the way that your social structure is, your working class is, I say, distinctly broader. In the UK, we have what we then call, and I know you'll have the same, but we have middle management. We will have those people that believe themselves to be above working class, and they are not the kind of people who, I want to phrase this the correct way because I don't want to offend anybody, because I'm just describing the makeup of the voters. In the UK, your workers are generally, your working class are generally those people who travel to work via bus or via some means of transport where they earn enough money to come home, pay for their rent, and go out for a beer at the weekends and put a couple of quid on the horses at the weekend, and they have a couple of kids, family's happy, wife's happy, she might do a little bit of work, but that's working class. They're the kind of people that the Labour Party want to appeal to, and they're the kind of people that the Labour Party feel are the people that support their party. The Conservatives have a general reflection that they want to support those people who are workers, they want to treat them fairly, but they also believe they want to be the workers that are working for profit, and they're part of that business that works for profit, and they're paid X amount. They pay a fair amount of tax for what they do, but the people that Labour, the Tories, want them to vote are the middle management, the senior management, the people who believe in capitalism, the people who believe that going out to work is about making money, not earning. And that's a distinct difference. Now, neither side of the party, Labour or Tory, believe that they don't get votes from the donators, the people who are on masses of cash, masses of money, that can splash money here, splash money there. They're talking, both parties talk about people who are wealthy as people who live in £1 million homes, £2 million homes, £1 million homes, 3 million, 8 billion. But the real truth of the matter in the UK is wealthy people own homes over 400k, because the size of mortgage on a 400k house from nothing is more than, I don't know, 1.5 weeks' wage of any known person. So 1,500 quid and above is going to be your mortgage. Yes, there are, and there are in the UK. There are many people, and that makes up a mass, probably of a similar percentage of people who work 2 jobs to make ends meet, and that is the truth, and I believe that is across the way. But here's the thing, right? The Labour Party feel that they are their people, and some people disagree. So I think we've come to the end of tonight's experiment. A 158,482. I don't know how we got into politics. Maybe Laura arrived, but yeah, we have a differential split, and I haven't talked about Reform deliberately. Reform are currently muddying the water. So we had a big problem 10 years ago when the country decided they would vote to leave Europe. Who would have thought 52% for, 48% against? The Labour Party primarily wants to stay in Europe. The Tory Party primarily wants to stay in Europe. But the biggest part of the process was the British people wanted to leave. 52% of the British people wanted to leave. 48% wanted to stay. So already we're conflicted, because half the Tories were going, we're staying in, we're not leaving. The British public, no, we want to stay in, we're going to stay in. Theresa May, David Cameron, etc. all said, let's stay, it's better for us to stay. The Labour Party all said, we want to stay, we're staying. But the Labour voters, who are the people who voted to leave, don't want to be in Europe, because they see Europe as a polluter of the UK. Not makeup, that's the wrong thing. They see Europe as the polluter. Don't leave America. You're in the greatest country in the world. You've just got a crazy man in charge. The left want to stay in Europe. The political people want to stay in Europe because it's a massive source of funding. The British public looked at Europe and said, hang on, why do we give you 365 million a day, and why does Boris have a bus with 365 million pound a day given to Europe? Why do we give you that money? So the biggest problem was, for the next 2.5 years, the infighting started about why the hell should we be leaving Europe, or why are we staying when the British public voted to leave? And I'm sorry for those people who are UK based and they know this story. This is for Laura. So we then had Boris come to power, and Boris did the right thing. He said, sod it, I'm going to go to Europe, I'm going to renegotiate it. The deal that Europe put to us for leaving Europe was basically a damned if you do, damned if you don't, which fucked Dadge up. Dadge is in Northern Ireland, Southern Ireland, where he lives and works. He works in Northern Ireland, lives in Southern Ireland, and Dadge was probably the worst affected out of any of us, because he couldn't get bread, cheese, milk, eggs, any of that lot if it came from the UK, because Europe wanted to tax it. However, bygones are bygones. Because of that situation, the Brexit Party was formed, called by Nigel Farage. Brexit happened, there was no need for a Brexit Party anymore, and they looked at British politics and said, the Tories lied, the Tories gave the people the option to leave Europe but didn't do it, and the Labour Party are a bunch of swines, so we're going to build a party that sits in the middle, and we're going to take votes from both. We're going to promise to ban all these people who come over here for asylum, and we're also going to sod the rest of you lot off who believe that the Tories were the right thing. So they've suddenly got a load of voters from the Labour Party who don't believe in the Labour Party doing the right thing, and also the British public who believe that the Tories were a load of swindling buttholes from the days of COVID, and now voting reform. It's not just that we have a crazy boss, we have 20% of adults here are in his cult. Yeah, I want to talk about late American politics from my point of view, but I really think I would offend people because some of your politics is mad, and I know what you're talking about isn't a cult because I've talked to some of those people that I thought were really nice and pleasant, but when I listen to what they say, I struggle. And I've also spoken to the other side of the coin, and I've got some on my Facebook from people who are vehemently against Trump, would swear they never voted for him, but I know they did. And they voted for him for the right reasons because they didn't want the other side. They didn't want the nut job who was clearly on his way out of his marbles. But also, if you think before that, the people that were putting themselves up before him, a lady who came out of a really bad marriage with a previous president, for example, a woman who has no compassion, no real sense of reality about how people want to be treated from a British point of view. Not that I'm saying that anything other, but you had a pair of poison dwarf females running your country at one point who weren't elected to run. They were part of other parties stirring from behind. Anyway, that's another subject. Just to finish off about the British electoral system. Now that we've got Farage in the middle with this right-wing party that's robbing votes from both, the fact of the matter is that British politics and the media are in a position where they are lying to themselves. Kamala would never have won that election. The one you had to worry about was, I can't remember her name. Hillary Clinton would have been worse than Kamala Harris, unfortunately. However, you would have been better off with Kamala than with Clinton. However, the Reform Party are currently in a position where there's a complete disbelief about how much faith you put in the Reform Party. Because Burnham won in Manchester against Reform, Labour thinks they're going to win the next election because it was the turning point. Keir Starmer's local elections that happened were they believe were just a protest vote. And as it stands now, the protest vote is still there. People will still vote Reform as a protest because the Labour Party hasn't changed its spots. The Tories are kidding themselves that they think their current leader, Kemi Badenoch, is a good leader. She is a good leader, but she's the wrong person at the wrong time for the Tory Party. The Tory Party is hurting. They have lost their leadership. They have lost their membership because they were fools during COVID, and they were then fools for the next 2 years after COVID, finishing with the end of Boris Johnson. It was just appalling what they did over those 2 years. Not that the Labour Party did any different, they just were clever about getting away with it. But the next, if Andy Burnham goes to a snap election within the next year, it could be anybody's. Because the only way the Labour Party will win is by lying again and convincing the Labour voters, the true Labours who went to reform, that they're changed. And they haven't. They're still going to do exactly the same thing. They're going to spend all the money. They're going to lie about it. They're going to borrow, 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 regardless of what the fiscal system says. And the country's going to be in a right mess. And then we're going to get the Tories back in because they can't govern a country that's bankrupt, basically. If it goes on long enough, this current Labour government will reform, not reform, they will reform themselves, and they'll take us back into Europe and they'll sell us down the river. We'll end up with the euro, we'll end up with absolutely dire commitments to Europe. We have to pay for everything, and we will be the butt end of Europe, and they'll wipe their butts on us everywhere we go. And they will make us pay for the last 10 years of Brexit, because we've hurt Europe massively, because we were a monster cash cow for them that paid for Greece's bankruptcy, Italy's bankruptcy, Spain really struggling, and they're still making us pay because they know we go to Spain on holiday, and they're taxing the living crap out of us every time people go. Anyway, by the by, 15 minutes past midnight, we've waffled along, but watch this space. Snap general election, reform coming out on top, and Nigel Farage leading a minority government. And it will be a nightmare, because we'll be in this world where people will just vote for a laugh. I'll tell you why people voted for Trump in the US. Because they wanted to see it. They thought he'd never govern that well. And I tell you what, let's have a laugh. Let's put Trump in power because he's better than the others, because we'll have more entertainment. And that's why I think people voted for Trump. Just like people will vote for Farage, because he can't do any worse than those in power, but he'll also be funny about doing it as well. And you have to say, Trump is... I don't want to be nasty about Trump, because I actually think 20 years ago he actually had a brain on his shoulders, and I think he's just come to a point where money's brainwashed him, and it is what it is. Yeah, no worries, Laura. I have to go as well because it's 1:15 midnight. Thank you very much, folk. Please forgive the last half an hour of waffle about America and voting, but you talked to me about it and I wanted to talk back to you about it. So have a great one. Thank you very much. All the best, folks. Good night. Time for another afternoon nap. Yeah, it's time for me to update this. But let's just quickly review. What did we do? Let's quickly go. We finished at 8th in the list, which is the highest I've been for a while, at 58,482. And a 57,805 is the gap. So we were, what, 0.6, nearly 0.7 away from Hayden, which is absolutely phenomenal. But folks, have a great day. We'll see you on the next one. All the best. Take care. Which is tomorrow. Which is going to be Assetto Corsa Riva. Have a good night. We'll see you on the next one. All the best. Take care. I'm going to kill it now. I'm not going to play any music.